시청자 여러분 안녕하십니까? 스타피스 방송입니다.
안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요, 토퍼즈입니다. 모시모시. 하우? I see. 네, 문제 없어요.
만물을 비추리!
하나가 되리라. 헛! 핫! 진정.
대답해.
타! 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라. 어려움 없도다.
경솔하고
헛! 야!
시험해보지.
제대로 서 있어. 작별할 시간이야. 하! 내가 돕게 해줘. 헛! 간식하라.
대답해. 빵점.
진정. 인간의 몫이다. 어려움 없도다. 헛! 야! 내가 돕게 해줘. 헛! 작별할 시간이야.
시험해보지. 마이너스. 지식은 척도이자 진리를 파헤치고 오류를 근절하지.
따나파 상아가 밥그리. 조생모사. 어려움 없도다. 음향의 변화. 파멸의 차원. 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라. 헛! 야!
빵점.
타!
마이너스.
제대로 서 있어.
대답해.
헛! 진정. 인간의 몫이다. 내가 돕게 해줘. 작별할 시간이야.
시험해보지. 빵점.
정말 건방져. 엄청난 제안. 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라. 차! 음향의 변화.
지식은 척도이자 진리를 파헤치고 오류를 근절하지. 경솔하고
하나가 되리라.
마이너스.
타!
빵점.
제대로 서 있어. 아나파. 시간 낭비야. 끝낼 시간이야. 어려움 없도다. 음향의 변화. 개우. 나. 인간의 몫이다. 까다롭네. 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라.
지식은 척도이자 진리를 파헤치고 오류를 근절하지.
작별할 시간이야.
마이너스.
까다롭네.
시험해보지. 빵점.
내가 돕게 해줘. 헛!
마이너스.
힘이 사라졌어.
비추리. 햇빛을 감으로.
하나가 되리라.
내가 돕게 해줘. 만물을 비추리. 햇빛을 감으로. 내가 돕게 해줘. 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라. 내가 돕게 해줘. 햇빛을 감으로. 만물을 비추리.
상아가 밥그리. 인간의 몫이다.
내가 돕게 해줘. 만물을 비추리. 햇빛을 감으로.
가자! 사악한 악기들, 이 몸이 상대해주지!
수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라.
하나가 되리라.
So, the OnePlus did send this out for review, quick disclosure, but everything I say in this video is of my own opinion, my own take, so there's no required talking points. Everything you hear is from me. So definitely trying to help you out to decide if this is going to be for you. So let's go ahead and talk about the key specs that matter. 6.82-inch LTPO 120Hz display. It's buttery smooth, but it hits a ridiculous industry-leading 4500 nit peak outdoors. This gets brighter than the S24 Ultra. This gets brighter than the 15 Pro Max. We have a triple camera on the rear. They actually label what they are, the f-stops at least. This is a Hasselblad partnership camera, 50 megapixel dual pixel with OIS. We have a 64 megapixel periscope camera right there that's capable of zooming up to 120 times. It's insane. Also over here, a 48 megapixel ultra wide phase detection autofocus system. This thing is a beast in camera, let me tell you. For OnePlus, they really stepped it up here. Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 on board, and this also does have 16 gigabytes of RAM on the 512 gig variant. I think the 256 might have 12 gigs. You probably don't need more than 12, but 16 just takes us to the next level. But look at that right there, Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. That is a big change for the industry. These new 8 Gen 2, 8 Gen 3 chips are just insanely good. They've taken Android to the next level. 5400 milliamp hour battery is huge. This battery is a monster. It lasts forever. I'll talk about it later as we get into the battery section, but it's bigger than the S24 Plus and the S24 Ultra and the Pixel 8 Pro, and it's even bigger than the 15 Pro Max. This is the biggest battery on the market right here for like these type of phones, like one of the biggest batteries. It's not the biggest out there. There's going to be a phone with a 6000, a 65. It's probably like a gaming phone or something like that, but for flagship phones, these are massive batteries in these new OnePlus 12 series devices. So this is pretty awesome. Talk about first the body and the build. 220 grams, not 228, 220 grams. So this thing is quite, it's got some heft to it. But it's not super heavy. It's got a nice balance too. It's a little bit top heavy because the camera's huge, but the actual comfort of it is quite nice. One thing I will knock it for is I feel like my finger keeps touching this massive camera bulge. So if OnePlus can find a way to clean this up a little bit, I don't know if they're gonna do that because it's kind of like their signature look now, but I can tell you, I definitely am having my fingers touch this all day. At least it doesn't get too fingerprinty, but it still happens. Now, I will say in terms of the actual ergonomics of the phone, it feels very nice to hold due to the curved rear and the curved front edges. It feels very good in that respect. On the right side, you're going to find yourself the volume rocker right here, as well as the power button. Taking it down to the bottom, you'll see USB-C 3.2. We also have ourselves a SIM card tray right here, speaker grill right there. And then up at the top, you'll find yourself the added IR blaster for using, remote IR signals. So that's a pretty cool thing as well. On the left side, we have the silence switch over here, which I think was moved over from the OnePlus 11. Overall, it just feels nice. If you were wondering if that's like a sandstone finish, it's really not. It's more of a flaky glass matte texture. So, it's premium. It reminds me of those, cars that have like a high-end paint job, and then you see it in the sunlight and it has like a nice, flake in the paint. That's kind of what this feels like. Also, there's some flakes inside of that camera housing as well, so you'll see that shine as well. So OnePlus did a good job at making this phone look and feel very premium. I do think it's one of the best looking Android phones on the market today. If you ask me, it really is. Even though they're not the most popular out there brand, they're still definitely crushing it, and you could tell they pay attention to the details and what people have been asking for. So I really like that about the OnePlus here. The 6.82 inch screen is massive, but it's not super wide, so it's got a narrow, comfortable fit to it. If you like a wider display though, this might not be for you. You'll really like this though if you like a more narrow, it's not narrow, but like a slightly more narrow, more comfortable fit in the hand. So if you're into that, you're gonna love this thing right here. The phone is IP65, so it's got an official IP rating. However, it's not IP68, so you don't want to submerge this in water. Don't take this to the bathroom, drop it in the toilet or the tub. I wouldn't recommend.
YouTube is a platform with millions of users coming from countries all over the entire planet, and while the platform has brought countless hours of laughter and entertainment to people all over the world, there are plenty of dark, seedy corners on the website that go in the other direction. There are quite a few people out there who want to push their content to the absolute limit, and this doesn't always work out in their favor. So let's take a look at a list of YouTubers who have lost their lives while filming their videos. Timothy Wilkes. Timothy Wilkes was the oldest child of his family, one of 3 children. He lived at home along with his parents and his younger siblings. He was very close to his siblings, often gaming with his brother and even taking his sister to the prom when she had nobody else to go with. He was also pretty close to his cousins, hanging out with them pretty often as well. He had worked at Walmart since he was 16 years old, about to turn 21 in just a few months. He was getting a degree in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. He was a pretty tall but also soft-spoken guy. People didn't expect much chaos from him. Well, Timothy had one desire that wasn't well known to his family. He wanted to hit it big on YouTube. How was he going to do it? Well, he was going to hop on the current trend of prank videos. The problem is, he was into more of the extreme types of these prank videos. After all, the more extreme the prank, the more views a video was likely to get. Although those videos were technically against YouTube's rules, it didn't stop a lot of people from going out and doing it anyway. Robbery prank videos were fairly common on YouTube in the previous several years, some of them even involving guns. Little did Timothy know, most of these videos were completely faked. While YouTube pranks started out with a lot of legitimate videos, people had to continually up the ante more and more by making more extreme videos with more extreme reactions. To get to that level, you couldn't just rely on chance. The vast majority of the people reacting to the pranks were simply paid actors. Timothy, though, intended on pulling a real prank and getting a real reaction. He pulled up to the Urban Air trampoline park in a smaller Nashville suburb at around 9 p.m. with a friend. This was a place with a lot of kids and a lot of parents who were more than likely to do anything to protect their kids from a threat. Timothy and his friend came out of the car, dressed like burglars and brandishing butcher knives. They ran up to a group of people leaving the trampoline park, screaming threats and swinging their knives around. It wasn't too long before a young man responded to the threat, pulling out his gun and shooting Timothy at near point-blank range. Police were called, along with ambulances, and pulled up to the scene shortly after. This is where the young man fully admitted to shooting Timothy, saying that the man was threatening him and his family with a large knife and he shot him in self-defense. Others at the scene corroborated this, with Timothy's friend revealing that the two had merely been filming a prank video to upload to YouTube. While police continued to investigate the case, no charges were filed against the man who shot Timothy in self-defense. Or at least he thought it was self-defense, given that it wasn't a real robbery. To him it was real, and the police could see that. It seems that Timothy's friend was likely standing back and filming and was not injured. Timothy's grandmother spoke up about the incident, saying, "As far as this YouTube stuff, this is something new to me that he was actually into it. It's still pretty much a mystery to me," adding, "If your children are doing anything like this, please let this be a note to really check on what your children are doing. There needs to be awareness now that this is very dangerous." Mona Lisa Perez and Pedro Ruiz III. Mona Lisa Perez was a YouTuber who had a channel called La Mona Lisa, a channel where she mainly recorded boring vlogs in which she would talk about her daily routines and mundane, average activities. She was in a serious long-term relationship with a young man named Pedro Ruiz III, and the two had a young daughter together. Mona Lisa was actually pregnant with their second child, a son that the two planned to name after his father. Pedro was also interested in becoming a YouTuber himself. On Mona Lisa's channel, the two would engage in some slightly dangerous activities, such as in one video where the two had fun playing around on some carnival rides at the local fair, making a video called Doing Scary Stunts at the Fair Part 1. However, Pedro was not satisfied with this family-friendly level of danger. He wanted to start his own channel called Damn It Boy, where he would film his own jackass-style stunts, hoping to make a name for himself. He thought that, after hitting about 10,000 subscribers, he might be making some good money. That's not the case, if you're curious.
What's up, everybody? It's Damn It Boy. Why did I choose that name? Well, everything I'm gonna be showing you guys on my channel, you guys are gonna be saying, "Damn it, boy." My channel is gonna consist of a lot of crazy stuff. Entertainment just for you guys. I'm not into doing all the by the law. I mean, I will if I have to, but my thing is crazy. I'm borderline crazy. You know, my whole thing, I just love the adrenaline, the pumping, the near-death experiences.
For their first video, Pedro decided that he wanted to begin with a particularly crazy stunt. He planned to have Mona Lisa shoot him at close range in the chest, with nothing protecting him beyond a very thick book. He was surprised to see that the bullet indeed didn't go through the entire book. He felt that he would be completely safe. He approached Mona Lisa with the idea for the stunt, and she adamantly opposed it.
He had told me about an idea, and I said, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Why are you going to use a gun? Why? Because we want more viewers."
The two argued back and forth for over a month, with Pedro insisting that the stunt would be safe. Eventually, Mona Lisa backed down and agreed to perform the stunt. The two were all set to perform the bid on June 26th of 2017. Right before the two set out to perform the stunt, Mona Lisa posted on Twitter that she and Pedro were about to perform what she called one of the most dangerous videos ever, making it clear that it was all Pedro's idea. Pedro filmed his own video in which he explained that he wanted to find out whether or not a .50 caliber bullet from a Desert Eagle would go all the way through his 1.5-inch thick dictionary. In order to do so, he was going to hold it against his chest while his girlfriend fired the gun. Pedro stated that he felt safe about the stunt, fully confident that the bullet would not go all the way through the book. He felt that the only danger would be if Mona Lisa were to miss, saying,
The most trustworthy person that I trust in this world is my girlfriend, Mona Lisa. So if I'm gonna die, I'm pretty much ready to go to heaven right now. If I die, I'll be ready for Jesus. He probably won't accept me into the pearly gates because how stupid this is, but I have confidence that my girlfriend will hit the book and not me.
About 30 people showed up to watch the stunt that fateful day, including Mona Lisa and Pedro's very young daughter.
So here, I bring to you Mona Lisa, my girlfriend.
Hi everyone.
So babe, let's go ahead and show them what we have in store for our first video.
All right. You want to explain?
This right here is a .50 caliber Desert Eagle.
Mona Lisa, thinking about their new child who was about to be born, started to have second thoughts once again, refusing to fire the gun. She was standing so close to Pedro that she could reach out and touch him, with the gun nearly pressed up against the book. She worried that not only he might die, but that she could end up in prison for the rest of her life as well. All in all, it seemed like a terrible idea, but Pedro insisted and she buckled once again. Pedro reassured her one more time, saying, "As long as you hit the book, you'll be fine. Come on, the battery's gonna die on it. Come closer." Mona Lisa refused one more time, but she chose to fire the gun regardless. The bullet indeed completely penetrated the book, going all the way through and straight into Pedro's chest. He flew backwards, uttering "oh shit" as he fell back onto the ground. Mona Lisa ran up to him in a panic. His last words were stop, babe," as the light faded from his eyes. Onlookers called 911 immediately after the incident and police showed up as quickly as possible, but by that time there was virtually nothing they could do to save his life. He died right there on the scene. Mona Lisa Perez was arrested and taken into custody, just as she had feared. On December 15, 2017, she pled guilty to charges of second-degree manslaughter. In March of 2018, she was imprisoned for 6 months. She was also forbidden from ever owning a firearm again and was barred from making any money off of this case. About 10 months later, YouTube decided to ban dangerous pranks entirely. The video of the shooting is now considered to be lost media. About 16.5 minutes of the footage leading up to the incident has been released to the public via news reports. All of the videos stop right before the shooting itself, though. This video will likely never be released to the public, with the county attorney saying that the clip is obviously, quote, clearly offensive to common sensibilities. We do have the transcripts of the video, however, and they show how reckless, tragic, and frankly, dumb this entire stunt crew was. Albert Durland. Albert Durland was a Danish YouTuber, musician, and vlogger born in 1998. He was mostly known for the music videos and comedic sketches that he would make. Joining YouTube in February of 2016 when he was 18 years old, he gradually started gaining a small following. In 2018, he starred in a comedy film called Team Albert, a movie about a high schooler with aspirations to become a YouTuber one day. The video performed well, winning the Blockbuster Audience Award at the 2019 Danish Film Awards. By July of 2021, Albert had amassed over 171,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel and an even larger following of 233,000 on Instagram. For his next video, he decided to travel to Forcellapana, located in the Italian Alps, to film on scene. In this video, he would be climbing Mount Cicada in Val Gardena, a very scenic location high up in the mountain range, to entertain his audience. However, things did not go as planned at all. Albert fell during his climb, plummeting roughly 656 feet down to the rocky ground. A rescue helicopter was called in to see what they could do, but as you would expect, Albert was far beyond saving. He was pronounced dead right there at the scene. Albert's mother told news outlets, "We are in great grief, but I would like his fans to know, telling the public what happened to her son." Following the dark news, many other celebrities online, particularly Danish ones, spoke out about their good memories with the YouTuber. Johnny Gade, a fellow YouTuber, made a video speaking about his good experiences with the man. Another Danish YouTuber named Rasmus Brohave posted a picture with he and Albert on Twitter, saying that he was devastated by the entire ordeal. He said, "I'm completely out of it. I am ready to cry and empty of words. I cannot understand it. I will forever remember all our memories. Thanks for this time, my friend. Rest in peace." While many expressed their sadness, some others came forward to warn others about the risk of filming such stunts in locations that are known to be dangerous, saying, clearly, it's not worth it. Grant Thompson. Grant Thompson was a married father of 4. He was part of a YouTube channel called The King of Random, a channel with a massive following. The channel truly was random, with videos demonstrating everything from liquid nitrogen to woodworking projects to Zorbies. Around 2018, Grant decided to gradually work on the channel less, giving more time to his co-host, as he wanted to settle down and spend more time with his family. He did continue to appear regularly, though. In the summer of 2019, Grant went paramotoring out in Utah. However, he didn't come home and was soon reported missing. Grant had mounted a camera to his paramotor, possibly planning to film a video for YouTube. He had often filmed and uploaded stunts like this before. However, the parachute on the craft malfunctioned after a change in the updraft. This was all caught on video, showing Grant panicking as soon as he realized something was wrong, losing his composure very quickly. He deployed his backup parachute, but it was already too late. The paramotor crashed, and Grant lost his life less than 4 seconds after the malfunction occurred. The entire accident was recorded on video, but the police have stated that this video will never be released to the public for obvious reasons. While the other personalities on the King of Random channel were obviously shocked at this turn of events, they decided to continue the channel as they always had, knowing that Grant would have wanted it. This channel was his life's work after all. The other co-hosts, Nate and Callie, set up a fundraiser called the Grant Thompson Memorial Outward Bound Scholarship in his name. To this day, the channel continues to upload and boast a subscriber count of over 2 million. Just recently, a memorial video was posted in honor of Grant on his birthday. Tanner Cook, honorable mention. Here we have the very recent case of a YouTuber named Tanner Cook, who has a YouTube channel called Classified Goons, a channel that has more than 60,000 subscribers today, almost double from before a certain incident. Classified Goons is a channel very much in the same vein as classic YouTube prank channels from back in the day, with Tanner pulling all manner of stunts. Like pretending to vomit on his Uber driver or pulling pranks on customers in shopping markets. This is an honorable mention as, although Tanner didn't die from this stunt, he was gravely injured and came very close. In his town, Tanner has caught the attention of the police multiple times, with sheriff's deputies saying that they were well aware of his pranks as they had been called in relation to them multiple times. Tanner has also been kicked out of malls and various other establishments, but to him it's all worth it as he continues to make a solid $2,000 to $3,000 a month doing what he does. Tanner often made the unwilling participants in his videos, let's say, unhappy. One example would be this woman in particular, who he approached in a Target and told her that she was being stalked by a suspicious-looking man as part of a joke. The woman, whose video was never actually uploaded, didn't know it was a joke and was left pretty shook.
It makes me angry. It makes me worry for our community. We were approached by a man who was wearing a security shirt. He came up to my sister and I and stated that there was a known stalker in the Target who he noticed had been following us. He said he's gothic, he is wearing dark eyeliner, dark lipstick. We look over and we see the gothic gentleman standing there staring at us.
1 week after the Target incident, Tanner and his friends decided to film a video in a local mall in which they would approach a stranger and play a funny phrase through a translator app, seeming like an odd foreigner with something even more odd to say. The group thought up what phrase they should use, specifically noting that it should be short, weird, and awkward. They succeeded, coming up with the phrase,
Daniel Larson is one of the most insane people online.
Hello, my name is Daniel Larson.
He began posting on TikTok back in 2020 and quickly became someone people were invested in watching. And that's because Daniel here posts every aspect of his life.
Oh, so I was just given a pill to get rid of these scabies all over me.
지식은 척도이자 진리를 파헤치고 오류를 근절하라.
Smell my hand.
Mix that with unchecked mental illness and you get a dumpster fire that people can't stop watching. So much so that there is an entire Wikipedia page dedicated to detailing his days. March 31st, Daniel is kicked out of a Dave & Buster's for a bomb threat. Daniel goes live on TikTok in a park and asks someone to call the police due to death threats. The park venue Daniel was live at evacuates after Daniel informs them of a sniper. And this is like a normal day for this guy. Daniel has become notorious for many things, like his obsession with Grace Vanderwall. While she's 19 now, Daniel has been obsessed with trying to be with her romantically ever since he first saw her on America's Got Talent when she was only 12 years old. Or his internet freakouts where he screams and yells at the camera, sometimes getting so worked up he starts punching himself in the face. And his delusions of grandeur, fully believing he's a famous celebrity and a successful music artist. Whether you know nothing about Daniel at all, or you're a seasoned Larsonist, this breakdown's gonna be good. It has highs, it has lows.
What's your tag on you? It's Daniel Larson. Daniel Larson.
It's one of the most insane stories on the internet.
The motel! The motel just threatened to kill me!
Get out of my car!
Stop! The motel threatened to kill me!
This is the decay of Daniel Larson. Daniel Larson was born on November 15th, 1998, making him 24 years old right now. At a very young age, Daniel claims he was diagnosed with a multitude of developmental disabilities. Growing up, he was abused by his mother to the point where he would eventually be removed from her care. He would be placed in foster care and eventually be taken in by his grandmother, Nancy Scheimer. Daniel would tell this entire story in a now-deleted TikTok. This recounting of events can be confirmed by a news segment run on KWGN. The story was on the Tennyson Center, a rehabilitation facility for children who suffered from physical and emotional abuse.
The Tennyson Center for Children has become one of the Rocky Mountain region's leading treatment centers for emotionally and crisis-affected children, particularly those suffering from abuse and neglect.
Part of the story features Daniel at a very young age running around and even an interview with his grandmother.
When he came to Tennyson almost 3 years ago, he was very angry and confused and feeling very uncertain about his life and where he belonged and what was going to happen.
It seems like for the next handful of years, Daniel's life got better. He even left the Tennyson Center with this message.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure being here. And it did a lot to help me. I made lots of friends. I learned how to do stuff I never knew how to do before. And it's much better now. Thank you.
It wasn't until his grandmother eventually passed away where this story goes downhill again. A friend of Daniel's grandmother, Bob Proctor, would try and step up and help Daniel like his grandmother once did. Bob is someone Daniel calls his mentor, and he frequently tries to improve Daniel's life. For example, he tried to help Daniel's music career by buying him beats for him to rap over, blessing us with creations like this.
I am the king, hand me my crown. I gotta smile and you gotta frown.
This job would prove to be much too difficult, but in order to talk about all the Bob Proctor incidences, we must start from the beginning of this story. Daniel Larson uploaded his first TikTok on March 30th, 2020, and would never stop posting from that day on. Most of the things he would post in the beginning were incoherent ramblings about wanting to be a musician or an actor, and the people that would come across Daniel's posts would sarcastically lean in and encourage him. With Daniel's odd look and eccentric speech and behaviors, it did not take long to rack up quite the following on TikTok. Eventually, Daniel's ego would get so large from all the fake support he was getting that he would announce he's running for president.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I am planning on running for president in the future. If you think that that's a good idea, please click the thumbs up.
To this day, some of his fans still call him Mr. President. By this point, Daniel had gained a cult following, as people saw him as the next Chris Chan. His lolcow status would further cement itself with the introduction of the fog. The fog is a phenomena that started happening to Daniel's videos. Something had happened to Daniel's front camera, causing it to be blurry. At certain points, you could barely even make out what was going on the screen. And Daniel, not being technically savvy, continued to post like business as usual. This spawned a community of memes surrounding the fog and a running gag until the fog disappeared disappeared altogether. At this point, Daniel's casual viewers started turning into full-on trolls. People started to realize how easy it was to trick Daniel into saying or doing crazy things. Calling Daniel gullible would be an understatement. If you made an account and named it after a record label and proceeded to offer Daniel a fake contract, odds are he would believe it. And this is how he's been tricked into doing a lot of the things we're gonna talk about. At one point, Daniel's fake managers convinced him to tell everyone that he loved CP.
Hello, everyone. This is Daniel Larson. I love CP.
Yeah, that one's really bad. Daniel's interactions with his fans and his fake managers would only continue to ramp up from here. On October 29th, he would host a Zoom call where he would talk to his fans. Up until this point in the Daniel Larson story, things have been pretty tame. You might even feel bad for a mentally ill man with no guidance being constantly trolled online. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the point in the story that takes a very dark turn, and I promise your perception of Daniel will quickly change after this. On November 20th, 2020, Daniel's Pinterest account was found. Inside this account were some seriously concerning and disturbing things. He had boards of images filled with little girls, underage images of Grace Vanderwall, and even a map of the age of consent in the United States. After this information would leak, Daniel would post a TikTok apologizing. When his TikTok apology didn't get the heat off his back, he would resort to the age-old excuse: I was hacked. Now, anyone with a brain wouldn't believe this, but some people actually believed him due to Daniel's technological illiteracy. But then it was also discovered Daniel's YouTube channel had likes of children in unsavory positions, and he would also duet young children on TikTok as well. He also must have forgotten he posted another TikTok explaining that the Pinterest was his, and he would use it to, he would use it to, you know, don't make me say it, man, it's dark.
In the past, I used to use pictures of girls and masturbate to them.
Months would pass in the Daniel Larson story with all of the usual things: incoherent ramblings about being a celebrity and dodging claims that he was a child predator.
Somebody was telling me of some type of social platform called Pinterest. Huh. I wonder what type of printer it uses.
At a certain point, Daniel would resort to blaming his managers and the media for all of this, and he would call it a smear campaign against him, if you can even believe that sentence. In April of 2021, Daniel would post a tribute to Blake Shelton for Black Lives Matter. In the video, he shouts out Black Lives Matter and starts doing jumping jacks in the street.
This is for Blake Shelton and Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
In another video, he would do jumping jacks to get the George Floyd riots to stop.
This is for George Floyd. Rest in peace. Black Lives Matter.
I don't know why he likes doing jumping jacks so much. It's probably people trolling him and telling him to do it, but yeah, I mean, enjoy it. At a certain point during the George Floyd riots, Daniel would actually believe that they were for him. He would then go on to make a series of videos begging for the Daniel Larson riots to stop.
Hello everyone, this is Daniel Larson. Please stop burning cars and houses and buildings in Los Angeles. I am appalled at what you guys are doing. My own fans.
This is 30 seconds of silence for the people who have passed away in the Daniel Larson riots.
On May 1st, Daniel would make a video sympathizing with EDP 445 over the allegations that they were both involved with.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just wanted to shout out the YouTuber EDP 445. I am sorry for the allegations against you. I am sorry. We are in this together. I have been there too. I hope we could possibly collaborate in the future.
I can't believe he made this. I can't believe he reached out to EDP, you know? May 6th, 2021 is another infamous day in the Daniel Larson history books. On this day, Daniel would announce he was quitting TikTok, but not before he would audition for an adult film. He would then go live on TikTok in front of almost 500 people and pull his pants down, flashing his genitals to the camera. This event would ultimately lead to getting his account banned the same day. Following the May 6th incident would mark a new era in the Daniel Larson story, the headset era, due to the fact that Daniel began donning comically large gaming headphones in all of his videos, likely given to him by a troll. And the microphone on these headphones led to all of the audio in his videos sounding like this.
We have Interscope's security team, cybersecurity team, working on everything right now.
The headset era produced some great videos. Some of these consisted of Daniel talking about his accusations again and the allegations made against him while telling everybody not to believe him.
What's up, everybody? This is Daniel Larson. There is just now a text over social media that came up under Flex Burger. Please do not look at it. It's a picture of my dingling. For some reason, this guy has changed the text message in the entire thing to mean something different because of the accusations about me. Do not believe it. We have Interscope's security team, cybersecurity team, working on everything right now to clear everything. We're going to get it taken down off the media. Please stay tuned.
It was during this era in Danderson history that he would declare war on a man named Flexburger. Flexburger, or Josh, was one of the trolls pretending to be Daniel's managers. It was discovered that Flexburger was the one that convinced Daniel to flash his genitals to TikTok Live on May 6th. That's right, he was responsible for the May 6th incident. Flexburger was one of the first people to find and leak Daniel's Pinterest account, and it was after finding all the disgusting stuff on there that he decided to go on a crusade to expose Daniel. He would leak audio of Daniel talking about Sky Brown, at the time a 12-year-old professional skateboarder, in very disturbing ways.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just wanted to say sorry to Sky Brown for the recent allegations. Please stay tuned.
On top of that leaked audio, Flexburger would also text Daniel pretending to be underage girls like decoys would in To Catch a Predator. To nobody's surprise, Daniel would fall for this every single time. And the leaked conversations that would come out of this were extremely disturbing, to say the least. Daniel would ask and say the worst things to people he believed were minors. So yeah, you start to not feel bad for this guy?
It is fake. What they did was they said something in the text, and then I was coming up with the video, and they changed the text.
And Daniel's response to all of this was to declare a lockdown and threaten to send the FBI after Flexburger.
Because of what Flexburger posted, we are going on lockdown. Everybody, we are going on lockdown. Stay tuned for what happens next. And Flexburger on YouTube and TikTok, you are a for exposing me. We are calling the Denver Police Department and reporting you. The FBI will be coming to your house.
Which is, you know, it's pretty normal in this story. People started connecting all of these allegations with all the unhinged, incriminating videos Daniel would post. Like previously, Daniel had claimed he would legalize child if he was elected president.
Illegal or legal? So, I would, kind of interesting. That's a very good point. Please, in my opinion, if underage can actually do.
He also repented for whacking it to children and Grace Vanderwall. And if all of that wasn't crazy enough, he apologized for having 500 megabytes of CP.
I am sorry for having 500 megabytes of child.
Originally, people thought Daniel was being told to do and say all of these things by malicious trolls, but that might not have been the case after all. And following these incidents, he would post a video saying his parole officer told him he might go back to jail for a year for what he's done.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just got in trouble with my probation officer for not following the probation rules. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication.
He said if it happens anymore, I will go to jail.
Many have theorized what caused this, but most likely it was the May 6th incident. Now, the amount of things that happen in the Danderson universe going forward are far too great for me to recount them all. This video would be like 10 hours long if I did. So with that being said, I will be focusing on the main events in the story from here on. On May 10th, 2021, Daniel would come out as transgender.
I am transgender. Please stay tuned.
On the following day, May 11th, he would livestream a session with his therapist appointed to his case. Some people saw this as a good sign and that it was Daniel seeking help for his problems, while others presumed he was just doing it to show people he was talking to someone to get some heat off his back. And this entire therapy session was streamed without the therapist's knowledge, so it's safe to assume it was the latter. Daniel's unhinged obsession with Grace VanderWaal would hit an all-time high around this point. He would stop suppressing his urges and start full-on schizo posting about her. On May 12th, he would announce on TikTok that he would be doing a collaboration with Grace VanderWaal. Now, this was clearly not true. However, following this post, Daniel would be in the streets telling people that Grace was indeed his girlfriend.
We're going to be dating, and we would like the message to be spread.
And after that video would surface, Daniel would post videos of himself moaning and whispering in a sexual way for Grace.
This message is for Grace.
Every now and then, a post of Grace VanderWaal's would get larcened. This is when Daniel would comment 1,000 times over and over and over again, seemingly having a conversation with himself. Things would reach a boiling point for Daniel when he would post to TikTok in a panicked and distraught state. He was under the assumption that something bad had happened to Grace, and However, following this post, Daniel would be in the streets telling people that Grace was indeed his girlfriend.
We're going to be dating, and we would like the message to be spread.
새로운 통신 신호가 감지되어 행성 원주민의 생존 가능성이 제기되고 있습니다.
흉조 선봉은 시그마 3호 은하계에 규소를 먹는 악성 박테리아가 확산될 가능성이 있다며 경고했습니다.
And after that video would surface, Daniel would post videos of himself moaning and whispering in a sexual way for Grace.
This message is for Grace.
Every now and then, a post of Grace VanderWaal's would get larcened. This is when Daniel would comment 1,000 times over and over and over again, seemingly having a conversation with himself. Things would reach a boiling point for Daniel when he would post to TikTok in a panicked and distraught state. He was under the assumption that something bad had happened to Grace, and the VanderWaal family was withholding information from him.
Guys, message me now on YouTube. Now. Now.
He began begging and pleading with his audience to get him information, and then began repeatedly punching himself in the face and saying he was going to commit.
I'm currently under attack. Please, please, please. I'm currently under attack. If you don't let me on the team now, I'm gonna have to stop. I don't know.
A little over a week later, Daniel would post a video on YouTube mourning the passing of David and Grace VanderWaal, even though they were very much alive. In this video, Daniel would say a lot of things, but the big things were him confessing and apologizing to sexting minors.
I admit to sexting minors.
He would also apologize for sending wiener pictures to Grace as well.
And sexting Grace and sending Grace a dick pic. I'm sorry for putting Grace through so much stress that she takes her own life and has a heart attack. Her last words to me was, Daniel, I look up to you.
The culmination of all of Daniel's delusions and freakouts would have Grace VanderWaal's mom send him this message. Stop saying my daughter's name. Stop saying you are in a relationship with her. You are scaring her and our family. Everything you have said and done has been in your own mind. You need to access some mental health support and stop harassing my daughter. I have contacted the authorities and will continue to press the issue if you don't stop making disturbing videos. Your followers have harassed my daughter long enough. Stop. Now, how do you think Daniel responded to this? I understand. I'm ending my life tonight. Daniel wouldn't actually do this and would spend the next few days apologizing to the VanderWaal family. He would also continue to address the allegations, fluctuating between apologizing and acting like he had no idea what they were. The Grace VanderWaal schizo posting would die off eventually and only really returns when a troll makes a fake account posing as her and starts interacting with him. A few weeks would pass after Daniel's livestream meltdown, and on July 15th, he would release his first produced song, Roaring Thunder.
It's been a long time, never thought this would be.
It's been a long time means that it's been a while since I was performing basically.
And after that video would surface, Daniel just a month later, in August, he would be recorded performing this song live. Now, this is definitely an open mic, and the place looks pretty empty, but it's still pretty insane to see Daniel.
Message is for grace. Message is for. This message is for grace. Oh.
Daniel here on stage performing his song live. While it may seem like some positives were happening in Daniel's life, that never lasts long. On the same day he would do his first live performance, he would also post a 3-minute altercation he would have with his caretaker Jonas. This fight supposedly happened because his caretaker wanted to take his phone away from him, which is like probably the best thing that he could have done for him. But you know, Daniel's not giving up his phone. In this video, Daniel can be screaming, crying, and acting like he was assaulted. All things very common in Daniel's story.
I just did self-defense. I'm on the floor. I didn't do anything. I just did self-defense. I even have it on film with you trying to, like, I don't even know anymore. I'm afraid of you.
Following Daniel's argument with his caretaker, a new era would begin. The Mohawk era. I love this era. Look at this dude. With the advice from trolls, Daniel would decide to give himself a mohawk, further adding to his insane look. Daniel would then post that he was in Los Angeles, California, and that he was homeless because his disability services have been cut off. However, this would be proven to be untrue based off people observing his surroundings and would eventually be found back in Colorado. Fast forward another few weeks and we have the October 4th intoxication incident. On October 4th, Daniel uploaded a series of TikToks where he is clearly impaired and claiming one of his care providers got him drunk. He would post over 100 TikToks that day, muttering complete nonsense like this.
Hello everyone. Did you know that I'm gay? Did you know that this is all acting? I love acting. Acting. This message is... Please don't feel uncomfortable, everyone. I am totally fine.
I would not want to be around him when he's like this. He's a danger when he's sober. When he's like this, my God, I can only imagine. 1 week later, on October 11th, he would announce he contacted Grace Vanderwall through her website, and they were going to be dating.
This message is to Grace.
This message is for Grace. Oh.
Grace Vanderwall. And to the fans. We are officially dating.
Daniel's paranoia and delusion
is is to
he contacted Grace Van... My God, I could only imagine. 1 week later, on October 11th, he would announce he contacted Grace Vanderwall through her website, and they were going to be dating.
This message is to Grace Vanderwall and to the fans. We are officially dating.
Daniel's paranoia and delusions were at an all-time high during this time, ultimately landing him in a mental hospital in Colorado Springs. There wasn't much documented during this time, but the things that were are no surprise in the Danderson universe. He would make multiple posts declaring his hatred for the police.
I hate the police, and the police are pigs.
Wishing Jojo Siwa died in the Holocaust.
Jojo Siwa should have died in the Holocaust.
And have another meltdown on TikTok Live breaking up with Grace Vanderwall. The final big moment in 2021 would be the mac and cheese incident. On November 18th, Daniel would post a video claiming one of his care providers had done something to his mac and cheese.
This tastes like cow piss. Literal cow piss. I want to know who the put jalapenos in this. Holy f***, my mouth is on fire. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is.
He would go on to look through everything in the fridge trying to get to the bottom of this.
Like, I'm going to be straight up serious. Why does the mac and cheese taste a lot like ranch, but with like a tangy taste? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Alright, now at this point we've made it to 2022. Are you guys still with me? There's still 2 more years of lunacy to talk about, so buckle up. Daniel would have a few different housing situations in 2022. Sometime in the beginning of the year, Daniel would manage to somehow be given his own apartment to live in, and he was going to have a handler come in and check on him 3 times a week. I don't know how he managed to pull this off or who set this up for him, but they clearly failed to realize what an incredible danger Daniel is to himself and others around him. Like, imagine this guy was your neighbor all of a sudden. Oh, dude. No way. It would only take a handful of weeks for videos to come out showing Daniel had punched dozens of holes in his walls, broke his TV, and a large window. Daniel said he did all of this because he was threatened, and this is the results when people try and tell him what to do. A user on Reddit named Lootbox Production would post this comment. Lootbox Productions was another manager of Daniel's who supposedly tried to offer legitimate help to Daniel. At one point, he would make this post. To make a long story short, they claimed they did not like the idea of people managing Daniel, and that they had no access to the Cash App accounts used to donate goods and money to him as well. This post would receive a mostly positive response from the Danderson community. You see, at this point, people legitimately wanted to see Daniel succeed regardless of all the pedophile allegations. It's really weird. Regardless of all of this, Daniel would end up losing his housing deal, leading to him being homeless. While Daniel was homeless, he would be arrested for dine and dash at the Hard Rock Casino. This is just one of many dine and dash incidences. Most places can see that Daniel's kind of not all there, and they just kind of trespass him and they just comp the bill, but the Hard Rock wasn't playing. This was nothing serious though. He would be released, and this is an ongoing case still. Even though Daniel was homeless, he managed to stay active. On May 15th, he attended and completed the Denver Colfax Marathon. There's even footage of him crossing the finish line. Now, he finished second last due to him barely jogging and being on TikTok Live the entire time, but you know, he did it. Doing all this in like really old, dirty shoes and stuff probably led him to getting the trench foot he would talk about. Yeah, that's right. He says he has trench foot. You know, the stuff that like soldiers in World War would get when they wore like soggy boots for hours at a time. Yeah, apparently Daniel's got that, which is just, you know, do with what you please. I'll show you some pictures of his feet later. A few days after the marathon is another infamous moment in Larson history, the porch charging incident. Daniel would post a video of an altercation he was in with an unknown man. It is discovered through the video that Daniel is on his private property and is charging his phone in one of his outlets on the porch. Which, I mean, hey man, Daniel's got to charge his phone somehow, so you might catch him on your porch one day, just know that. When the homeowner told him to leave, Daniel flat out ignored him. This man would end up calling 911 and became extremely agitated with Daniel, which is totally understandable.
You gonna wait? Is that what you're waiting for?
I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know if you're gonna...
I'm asking you a question. You better get the off of here. Get the out of here before I move you out of here.
If you take one step closer...
Get the off my property!
Daniel would leave before the cop showed up, but he would make sure to call the homeowner the N-word before he left. Yeah, that's right. Daniel's racial slur use isn't something I have touched on yet, but you see, on top of liking children, Daniel here also likes to use the N-word a lot. A lot of the insane things Daniel says comes at the behest of trolls, but the racial slurs seem to be on his own volition. There's like a 5-minute compilation of Daniel using the N-word on Reddit. Just another redeeming quality from our president here. Due to Daniel's disabilities and homelessness, he would be assigned a caseworker by the state of Colorado. This caseworker was named Andrew, and he became the scapegoat for all of Daniel's issues when he was homeless. Andrew was often blamed by Daniel for stealing his money, destroying his career, as well as making his life difficult. On a live stream during the final week of June, Daniel would have a full-on meltdown over Andrew. He would record himself running into the woods, striking himself repeatedly, say he was going to find and kill Andrew, and then call him the N-word.
I want Andrew held fully responsible for this entire mess. I want all of my money back. Like this, Andrew? This is what Bob and I do every single time you don't listen to us.
During the time Daniel was raging over Andrew, he would speak at a Roe v. Wade protest. For some reason, they had the great idea of having an open mic, and you know what happens when Daniel sees an open mic.
I never used to be able to come out in crowds like this and be able to talk like this and be myself.
The crowd cheering Daniel on without knowing who he is or what he was about to say is actually hilarious. They have no idea what they're about to be hit with. He would go on to talk about Grace Vanderwaal, of course. He would say, because of my autism, my grandma died of cancer.
Because of my autism, my grandmother passed away of cancer.
And he would also go on to describe the May 6th incident when he flashed his penis on TikTok Live.
That so-called management, which I later found out was fake, they ended up getting me to go onto TikTok Live and go completely nude on live. And at the time, there was 3,000 people in that live.
Before he could share any more to the unassuming crowd, he would be cut off by an event coordinator. Thank God. The story only gets worse from here. Towards the end of June, Daniel would claim Bob Proctor could no longer afford to support him. It turns out, behind the scenes, Bob was supporting Daniel financially, getting him food, housing, and paying for his music career, if you can call it a career. On the 13th of July, Daniel goes bowling and plays mini-golf with Brink. It's all fun and games for Daniel right now, but just a week later, probably the worst incident to date would happen. The toothbrush incident. People that know Daniel's story hear toothbrush and immediately know what I'm talking about. And you know, if you've got that image in your mind, like I do right now, I am sorry. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, brace yourself, because I'm going to tell you. A video of Daniel sticking a toothbrush up his ass and then brushing his teeth with it surfaces online. I have seen many horrible things on the internet, but this made my tummy upset. It was very hard to watch this guy mean mug the camera. And yes, I watched it. You know, I gotta do my research. I gotta know everything. You don't have to watch it. You can just get the description and just know it is as bad as you think. Whatever you're picturing in your head right now, it is that bad. A week after the toothbrush incident, Daniel would go to Hooters with Brink. He would then buy a $400 pair of headphones he got through Twitch donations, and then destroy those same headphones the very next day. Daniel would eventually start blaming Brink for all of his failures, despite Brink taking him out for food, getting him clothes, giving him a much needed shower, and all of the activities like ziplining and mini golf. This is something very common for Daniel. He can't take any responsibility for his own failures, so he blames everybody around him no matter how good they treat him. Brink would eventually stop helping Daniel, and a new manager would step in named Ox. Ox is a controversial figure in the Daniel Larson community. He often overlooks all of Daniel's pedophilic and racist actions and blames them on the malicious trolls in Daniel's community. Just like Brink, Daniel would eventually blame all of his problems on Ox as well, as again, he fails to understand the concept of taking responsibility for your actions. In one video, Daniel even threatens to send a bomb to Ox's house.
F*** Ox. F*** Ox. F*** Ox. F*** Ox. Next time he does something like that, I'll send a f***ing bomb to his house. I'll make sure he's dead.
Something he'll get very used to doing. Ox, like all managers, would stop managing Daniel at a certain point, and despite being controversial in the community, there was one thing that he said that I found to be very true.
Dan and his trolls are like yin and yang, and it has taken me forever to see, but Dan and his delusions will always gravitate towards these trolls because his delusions are all he wants in the world, okay? And the trolls are always going to meet him halfway because they're going to pretend to be everything that he wants, and they're going to get what they want out of him.
2022 ends for Daniel Larson in its usual chaotic state. In the first week of December, Daniel live streams himself in a casino gambling all of his money away and having to get picked up by Bob Proctor. How or why Daniel thought gambling his money would be a good idea at all is honestly beyond me. But we already know by this point, Daniel doesn't have a normal brain. He doesn't think like a normal person. He's just, yeah. Just a few days after the casino, the December 10th incident occurs. Daniel, on a live stream, has a meltdown in Bob Proctor's car. During this meltdown, Daniel would repeatedly scream that the motel tried to kill him. And then he would begin to strike Bob over and over, eventually turning his fist on himself.
Car! Get out of my car, Daniel! No! Get the hell out of my car! God damn! Get out of my car!
No! You don't understand! You don't... Stop!
Get
It's
out of
not
my
my
car!
fault! It's not my fault! It's
Get
not
out of
my
my
fault!
car!
The motel! The motel! The
out of
motel
my
just
car!
threatened to kill me!
Get out of my car!
Stop! The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me! The
Get out of
motel
my car,
threatened to
Daniel.
kill me!
Get out of my car!
No!
Get out of my
No,
car,
I'm
Daniel!
not going to! I'm not going to! I'm bleeding!
Yeah, you're bleeding because you're hitting yourself.
But you don't...
I've got to get help. I've got to get help. I've got to call the police.
No, I'm bleeding
I've got
all
to
over
call the
me.
police.
No, the motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me!
I've got to call the police. I've got to get you out of here. Yeah, you've got to get out of my car.
The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me! The motel threatened to kill me!
And you're trying to kill me.
Bob would subsequently call the police on Daniel, and that would end this whole thing, and those are the biggest events in 2022. The year is now 2023, and we're on the final stretch of the current Daniel Larson story. 2023 is by far the most documented year of Daniel's life. While 2019 to 2022 have 2 dedicated pages to it, 2023 has 4 pages and counting. So, with the interest in keeping this video under 2 hours, I again will be covering the major moments of Daniel's story. By this point, Daniel has gone past the status of lol cow and become a full-on horror cow. Following the December 10th incident, Bob Proctor would immediately buy Daniel a plane ticket to California. It was heavily speculated by the community that he would be institutionalized there because California has some strict 5150 laws, but this was wishful thinking. In the beginning of January, Daniel was talking to another fake Grace Vanderwall account. This account ended up convincing Daniel to admit to being a pedophile and hitting Bob.
I admit that I am a pedophile. And I admit that yes, I hit Bob.
And somehow, just one day after that, on January 17th, 2 fans would buy Daniel a ticket to Disney.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I made it inside Disney.
The 2 fans would spend some time walking around with him, and Daniel would document his day there. At one point, he's seen eating a churro and even asked for $50 in donations to pay for a tour in the park.
Okay, so I made it inside Disney, but now I want to go to Tom Sawyer's or whatever island. You have to take a boat. There's a tour that I want to do that's $50, so we're asking for donations.
This was a good day for Daniel, but the next day, not so much. On the next day, January 18th, Daniel would announce he has scabies.
Alright, well, I'm on my way to the hospital because I woke up this morning with my body itching like hell.
Scabies is a disease where mites burrow deep into your skin, causing intense itching. These are typically contracted when someone has very poor hygiene, and Daniel here is the poster child for that. When he arrived in Los Angeles, he had no luggage or belongings, and he stayed in the same clothes for over 120 days. When you pair that with no showers and sleeping in porta potties and public restrooms, this was kind of bound to happen. One point in Daniel's life, he wore the same shirt for 4.5 months. This was the green t-shirt. Look at the bottom, it's all brown and stained from just like jizz and snot and just all the fluids Daniel would wipe into it. Scabies are also easily transferable with skin-to-skin contact, so just imagine all the people Daniel brushed shoulders with at Disney the day before. Daniel was just walking around handing out scabies to people, leaving deposits on rides, just Oh, what a nightmare. This was actually so horrifying that a Facebook community post about Daniel went viral, warning the neighbors about him to prevent the spread of scabies in their neighborhood. I wish I was lying about that. Daniel would eventually go to the hospital and get prescribed an $80 ointment to use on his skin, but instead of buying the ointment, he opted to put his money into useless stocks and buy dessert at a restaurant. The scabies arc would come to a climax at the end of January, when Daniel posted a video frantically scratching himself and talking about how itchy he is. He would go back to the hospital where he would receive a shot of antibiotics this time and a washcloth bath from a nurse. That poor nurse, the horrors they probably had to see. He would even post a TikTok kissing his scabies goodbye.
Oh, so I was just given a pill to get rid of these scabies all over me. It was nice knowing you, friends. Now you're all dead.
Yeah, this guy is something else. In February, Daniel decides he's going to Las Vegas to hopefully become rich and famous. When he made it to Vegas, it wouldn't take long for something bad to happen. On February 15th is another big moment in Daniel's story. This is the casino bathroom incident. At about 2 a.m. on the 15th, Daniel was found in a casino bathroom by 2 security guards. The 2 guards began aggressively trying to get Daniel off the toilet in order to remove him from the property. Daniel's response to this was to scream and shout at them, saying he wasn't doing anything wrong and not to touch him.
No, you not. Yo, get the f off the toilet. No, you won't. No, you won't. You aren't gonna do shit.
You getting stupid now? Let's go right now.
No.
Walk.
No.
Get the fuck out. Walk. Get the f out. Let's go.
Don't yell at me. I said don't yell at me. I said don't yell at me. I said don't yell at me. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
I don't think so.
Don't grab me like that. Don't grab me like that. Don't grab me like that.
After leaving the property, he films himself crying, punching himself in the head more, and destroying property, saying he's going to kill himself.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Don't grab me like that. Please help over him.
Daniel would continue to sleep inside casinos and recorded another altercation of him getting trespassed somewhere else.
You guys are not making sense because...
Okay, I'm going to read this trespass to you, and if you do not leave, you will be arrested for trespassing. As a duly appointed representative of the owners of this property, I hereby warn you, you are trespassing upon this property as defined by Nevada Revised Statute.
I'm not trespassing.
207.200. This is our property, and we say you're trespassed. 200. If you do not leave these premises immediately, you will be subject to the arrest for the misdemeanor. Your subsequent return to the premises after being duly warned will subject you to immediate arrest for trespassing. Now, are you going to leave, or are you going to be arrested for trespassing?
Like I said, I wasn't trespassing.
You're making it harder.
I just trespassed you. We have the right to do that. You are trespassed. You can never come back here again.
For literally just sitting here and watching the game.
For sleeping 3 times, that's why.
I wasn't
Are you going to leave?
Though. I wasn't sleeping.
Are you going to leave, or are you going to be arrested?
I'm not going to sit here and have lies, though.
Following this incident, Daniel would go missing over a week, not posting anything or contacting anyone, and that scared some people. Only a handful of people would spot him in the city and post it to the Daniel Larson subreddit. It was like a game of Where's Waldo. On February 23rd, Daniel would return on a new TikTok account claiming he was attacked by 2 fans. He said that they stole his phone, and that's why he hasn't been posting. A few days later, on the 27th, Daniel would upload 50 videos talking about a variety of things like his living situation, his warrants, and even Bob Proctor. There's a lot of random statements in there, but there are some notable things that he said. The biggest thing would be Daniel claiming that in the previous year he made $30,000 in donations. And because of this, the federal government is going to kick him off his Social Security services because he's made too much money. Which is, I mean, it's almost sickening if that's true. Now, Daniel is a delusional, schizo, bipolar psycho, so you have to take everything he says with a grain of salt. On March 1st, Daniel would be arrested by the Las Vegas police for trespassing at another casino, which, you know, at this point, it was bound to happen. After this arrest, Daniel would disappear from the internet for a couple weeks. On the 14th, he would start posting again, saying he was attacked again by someone. Daniel would then spend some time at a mental health facility called Sunshine Medical Center, but he would be discharged shortly after arriving, claiming they told him he's not mentally ill enough to be held in a mental health facility permanently. Which I don't know how you don't have a conversation with Daniel for 5 minutes and not realize he's like not competent at all for like the real world, but I don't know, I'm not a doctor, I guess. Following his stay at the mental hospital, Daniel would begin his journey from Las Vegas to New York. Why does Daniel want to go to New York, you might be asking? Daniel was once again under the assumption that he was in contact with the Vanderwall family. Apparently, Grace and her mother Tina wanted to speak with him regarding some kind of investigation. Yeah, it's as crazy as it sounds, and yes, he believed it wholeheartedly. On Daniel's journey to New York, he would stop in many places like Arizona and Texas, documenting a handful of incidences. On March 26th, Daniel would have a full-on schizophrenic episode that he documented on TikTok Live. During this episode, he believed he was being stalked by a white pickup truck. You know, peak schizo behavior.
There's been a person in a white pickup truck following me around all day long. And also there was a guy in the white pickup truck that was the guy that came up to me in person.
At one point, he ran inside a gas station to ask the employees for help, and the employees would go outside and try and help Daniel, but report there was no white pickup truck. And when they told Daniel there was no trucks outside, he would run out to the empty parking lot to film for proof.
Pickup truck was along the back of that wall, down near the ring stop. So he watched me go over here from somewhere, and then he drove across the street knowing that I was at the Walmart.
And this whole thing would go on for like another hour until the people at the gas station had to tell Daniel to leave. Daniel would eventually get a plane ticket to New York, probably by the help of his fans. On April 4th, he would land in Newark, New Jersey, and he would take a train to New York. While Daniel was on the train, his phone number would be repeatedly leaked, causing him to freak out and start punching and kicking the train itself.
Apparently I landed, in New York, but apparently the trolls yesterday when I was on the plane leaked all of my phone numbers to the Reddit. Okay, stop leaking my number. I don't give a f what my fans think. Stop leaking my number. This is not funny. I am pressing charges. I will f***ing destroy my entire career and end up behind bars for life today if you guys do not stop leaking my phone number. Okay, so somebody at the airport tried to get me to get in their car. I refused, and I punched the guy in the nose. I punched the guy actually in his nose. Oh my fucking hell. Oh, stop. You guys are scaring me. Stop. Stop. You guys are scaring me.
Which I guess if you're a New Yorker, this is probably normal. And for the next couple of days, Daniel would be found and doxxed all over New York. I don't know what he was thinking coming here. On April 5th, the infamous bodega incident happens. On this day, Daniel would have an explosion inside a New York bodega. Moments before this, he would be followed around by a group of teenagers who were apparently giving him death threats. They were also asking him stupid questions like if he smoked crack or he smoked crank.
Are you smoking crack or tweak?
No, I'm not.
The whole time this is happening, Daniel's in a Discord call with trolls, and when the store owner finally asked Daniel to leave the store, that's when the people in his Discord encouraged Daniel to attack and even spit on the employee.
Daniel, defend yourself.
Daniel, get back at him.
Defend yourself, Daniel.
If you're one of these people in the Discord call, you're just as much of a loser as Daniel is. Really think about your life, guys. Really think about what you're doing. Daniel would charge the employee, and when he did, the employee punched Daniel in the face and threw him to the ground. Daniel would go to the emergency room over this incident, where he would post a video of himself with a black eye and a giant bandage on his nose.
Fortunately, I don't have any fractures that I know of. I did have a fairly good-sized cut on my
knows.
The other notable incident that happened in April 2023 was the discovery of Daniel's Quora account. This account was filled with ridiculous questions like, why do black people stalk me? And why do I feel little worms when I ejaculate? That is crazy. However, there were a lot of questions that were downright disturbing, like why do I have strange thoughts involving children? How do pedophiles pick up a girl? Amongst many, many more. Really, really horrifying stuff. Go take a look at it. It'll make you sick. This guy is in the head. Following the discovery of Daniel's nasty Quora account, Flexburger, Daniel's original manager, and the guy responsible for the May 6 incident went to Twitter to leak a bunch of disturbing NSFW videos of Daniel. Now obviously I can't show you these videos as Daniel is butt-ass naked in them, but I will describe them to you as I actually had to watch it, so the least you can do is hear about it. The first video Flexburger leaked is the pencil video. Daniel is seen inserting a pencil up his ass and jumping around the room with it still up in him. Really bad. Really hard to watch. The next video is the shower incident. Daniel would take a video of himself naked, drying himself with a towel, and then he would send that video to his mom. It's unconfirmed if he meant to send it to his mom or if it was even his mom at all, but it's still disturbing nonetheless. And the final leaked video would be the bottle video. In this video, Daniel would stick a bottle up his ass and then proceed to dance around the room with it. I don't know what it is with this guy and his butt, but I'm sorry I had to harass your ears with those descriptions. Let's move on to something better. On May 10th, Daniel would meet another popular TikTok lolcow, World of T-Shirts, which led to this awesome interaction.
New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
These two would sit down and talk about a range of topics before shaking hands and parting ways. Kind of a wholesome interaction in the Daniel Larson story. A week after meeting World of T-Shirts, Daniel would purchase a bus ticket to Orlando, Florida. That's right, the Colorado cryptid wanted to come see the Florida sun. However, things wouldn't go as planned for Daniel. Daniel is seen sporting another set of comically large headphones in a video, and records himself running down the street after he missed the bus. Daniel would get so upset over this, he would destroy his headphones and throw them in the Hudson River.
If I miss this bus ride, I'm gonna be angry.
This guy loves buying and destroying headphones. Let me tell you what. Daniel would spend a little over a month in New York and eventually fly back to Colorado on May 20th. It would not take long for another big incident to happen in Daniel Larson's story. Just 5 days after being back in Colorado, Daniel would find himself inside a Haagen-Dazs ice cream shop. Trolls would find and approach Daniel, asking about the last time he took a shower and telling him that he smells like poop.
Police are on their way.
John
I'm
Summit.
going to need to ask you to
Daniel,
leave.
John Summit told me to ask you if you've showered any time recently.
Okay, I'm going to need to ask you guys to leave.
You still smell like poop.
Which is just, man, it's a funny statement, let me tell you. Eventually, a staff member would ask why the trolls were recording Daniel, and when they told this woman that he was a pedophile, she would ask him to leave.
Why are you taking pictures of this man? Leave him alone.
I'm security. He's a pedophile.
How do you know that?
Do you want me to show you?
What?
Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, show me.
Allegedly, Daniel would get so upset he would strike this woman, resulting in him getting forcibly removed from the premises, and giving us this wonderful video capturing it all going down.
You want a shirt? Tell him to bring it.
Okay, I'm on the phone with
Get
the
out
fucking
now.
police. You have a warrant for your fucking arrest.
Oh, holy shit.
Alright.
After this, an extremely stressed Daniel would start calling people on the street the N-word and start punching himself in the head. Something I'm sure we're all too familiar with at this point. At the end of the month of May, on the 31st, Daniel would start a new business venture. He would make a cameo and start selling personalized videos for people instead of asking for donations through Cash App. The price of the cameo at first was reasonable, at $20 for a cameo, and Daniel got an influx of requests. And it only took a little over 2 weeks for the price to skyrocket to over $1,000 per cameo. And I pray nobody actually paid any of these ridiculously high-priced cameos. Jesus, man. He would have and sell these cameos until his account would be suspended on August 16th of this year. It is unknown exactly why his account was suspended, but is highly likely due to Daniel not fulfilling requests and blatantly stealing money from people who have not received what they paid for. July 9th is another horrible day in the Daniel Larson story. On this day, Daniel went to the Longmont Humane Society and adopted a dog. Yes, you heard me correctly, he adopted a dog. Not just any dog, a German Shepherd. How anyone in this facility couldn't take one look at Daniel and say, fuck no, you're not taking a dog from here, is beyond me. I mean, seriously, what kind of screening process did you guys do? Rest assured though, this is probably one of the only incidences in Daniel Larson's story that has a positive outcome. Thank God. Daniel stated that he wanted to get this dog for security and that it was going to be a guard dog, when in fact, this was just a regular house pet. The adoption of this dog sparked an outrage on Daniel Larson's subreddit and other adjacent communities. Within 2 days, a rescue mission was constructed by a user named Goated Minds and a few others in a Discord server. And on July 11th, Daniel's dog, Music, would be rescued. A user named Ween found Daniel, asked to take Music for a walk, and safely put her in her car and drove away. It was pretty much that simple and easy. Ween and Goated Minds would post further proof of Music's rescue to the Daniel Larson subreddit, so finally everyone was able to rest easy. Daniel, however, did not take this news well, and on the same day would have a meltdown inside of a Walmart, destroying an entire gift card section. He would go live after the Walmart meltdown and continue to freak out, claiming he was going to kill Bob Proctor and even threaten to bomb the White House. This event would come to a climax when Daniel would eventually be picked up by EMS and taken to a mental institution where he would remain for a little bit.
Well, I tell you what, Daniel, we got some good news for you. We got an ambulance right here ready to take you wherever you need to go. So if you want to talk to these gentlemen here, they can help you out, okay? Hey, what's going on, man?
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Daniel.
I'm Jason. This is my friend
Hi,
Brad.
nice to meet you.
What's going on today, man?
Just so.
Let's go in the ambulance.
Can I go in the ambulance? Yeah.
Daniel would be released from the mental institution on July 19th, and there's only a few more explosive and important Daniel Larson events to cover from here. A lot of Daniel's life can be chopped up to the classic saying, same shit, different day. I could talk for hours detailing every minute detail of Daniel's life that has been documented. However, I believe a lot of these details are unimportant and uninteresting. For example, do you really need to know on August 6th Daniel had breakfast at Dunkin' Donuts? I don't really think so. Now, with that being said, let's cover the last few explosive moments in this story. Another great life decision Daniel would make on August 15th was spending nearly $500 on fleshlights and sex toys. And a video of Daniel using one of these fleshlights would leak a couple weeks later. Please don't try and find this. I promise there's no amount of eye bleach that will wash that video out of your eyes. I mean, again, I watched everything. Research, baby. I do this for you guys. On August 29th, we probably have Daniel's most violent meltdown yet. In a very agitated state, Daniel posted a video stating this message was for Grace VanderWaal. He proceeded to call her the N-word, a hater, and states he will always hate her for what she did to him. He would also state that he was going to bomb the White House again, and every single police station in the entire US.
Grace is a fucking hater. And I will always hate her now because of what she did. And yes, I will bomb the White House. I will fucking bomb the White House. I will fucking bomb every single police station in the entire US.
Later that afternoon, his meltdown would continue on a YouTube live stream. The live stream was titled, Proof for the N-word Grace VanderWaal, I'm hitting myself until I bleed. And that's kind of exactly what he does. In the stream, he can be seen crying hysterically, punching himself in the face, and slamming his head into the concrete wall. Not only that, he would also finally end it with slamming his head into the sidewalk. This is a really, really violent freakout, and I unfortunately can't show you because YouTube will pull the whole video. I've seen it happen too many times. So, again, one of those ones you got to find on your own. It's not really fun to watch. It's really hard to watch. It'll make your head hurt. It made my head hurt. With that being said, let's keep going. A few days after that, on the 31st, Daniel would have another meltdown. This time, he was in the car with Bob Proctor, and an argument broke out over Bob not wanting Daniel to have his phone on in the car or while they had dinner. And of course, Daniel, being the delusional schizo he is, demanded he brings his phone inside because he needs it for his protection. Bob eventually had enough with Daniel and told him to get out of the car, which only made Daniel more agitated. The two would begin to hit each other while Daniel shrieks he has the right to defend himself. Just, again, ugly. I don't know why Bob keeps messing with this guy. Why do you keep trying to help him after he just keeps hitting you, man?
So, are we going to get dinner, or are you taking me back to the motel and I'm just gonna not have anything for dinner? And I'm not gonna eat today at all. And I guess I'll starve tonight. So what is it?
Get out!
I'm not gonna do it. Because I had my phone
Get
turned
the f***ing out of my car!
Okay, don't f***ing grab me.
You want me to break your f***ing arm? If you break my arm, then get the f*** out of my car!
Okay, then let go of me,
You're hitting me! God damn you!
me first, bitch!
Get out of my car!
You hit me first! I'm not playing these games with you!
This altercation would end with Bob shoving Daniel out of the car and driving off. Daniel would shout many slurs at Bob, most notably the N-word, before the video would end. He would also claim that Bob ran over his foot, which I don't think he did.
Ow! Fucking!
Get away from my car!
Holy ow! You ran over me! You ran over me!
Not long after this, Daniel would post another video of himself inside a motel room kicking and slamming his head into walls.
Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just ran me over. Bob just ran me over. Bob just ran me over with his car.
Finally, we've made it to the last notable arc in Daniel's story. On September 10th, Daniel claimed he would be enrolling in college. CU Boulder to be exact. I don't know why he wanted to do this, who talked him into it, why he wants to do this, I don't know. Here's his totally real student ID card. Yeah, that is legit card right there. A fraternity on campus began unironically partying with Daniel, and over the next few days would film a bunch of interactions with him. There was a few very notable videos for me.
Hi, this is Daniel Larson, and you guys should buy Capita.
There's one of Daniel kissing a woman on the cheek, and if I was that girl, I'd be in the hospital getting checked for scabies immediately. I don't know why you would let this guy touch you, but man, that is nasty. There's also a video of Daniel trying to bench press in the gym, which, man, I didn't even know your arms could can bend like that. That guy, look at that form. Daniel's college days would come to an end when he was subsequently arrested after kicking a security guard on campus. He would be released on September 19th and take the bus back to Denver. And just like that, Daniel's college days were over. Just 2 weeks later, on October 3rd, Daniel would be arrested again for failure to appear. Like I said before, the story of Daniel Larson can be chopped up to the age-old saying, same shit, different day. This guy lives a life on repeat. His turbulent life has been documented the last 4 years and counting, and there's no signs of changing for Daniel here. He is stuck in a perpetual loop of being trolled, having meltdowns, and being arrested. There's only one way this story ends, and it's not happy. If you somehow feel bad for this guy, just remember he is a pedophile and a danger to himself and others around him. Please do not forget about his Pinterest or Quora accounts, and his countless confessions to his unforgivable actions. This guy is not redeemable. He is not somebody you want to help. Don't give him money. Don't just, if you see him, keep moving. It's not worth it. With all of that being said, thank you for taking the time to watch my documentary. I'm Nick Nobody, and until next week, I'm out.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped, who are here to remind you that Valentine's Day is about to come up. Ladies and gentlemen, if you got a significant other, you owe it to yourself to get the 5.0 Ultra. You hear that, baby word? Now, before your significant other has to deal with the forest down there, get the Lawnmower 5.0, which has skin-safe technology that is sharper than Cupid's arrow, but tender like a lover's caress. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's got interchangeable blade heads, an upgraded trimmer blade, and an interchangeable foil blade for enhanced performance. The trimmer blade features longer, wider, rounded teeth that cut through hair with ease. Then the foil blade comes in to fill in the gaps that the trimmer blade couldn't, and it makes your date night very, very smooth in more ways than one. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, its peak versatility can handle any terrain, whether you're going for that super clean look or you're just trimming up the hedges a little bit. The Lawnmower 5.0 has an upgraded LED with, ladies and gentlemen, multiple different actual warm temperatures, cold temperatures, for various diverse skin tones. And it's waterproof too, so you can sit in the shower and in the dark at the same time. But hold on, there's more! Of course, ladies and gentlemen, maximize the value with the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra, so you get the Weed Whacker 2.0, the Crop Soother, the Crop Preserver, and the Shed Travel Bag with the Boxer 2.0. Join over 10 million men worldwide and use our code SOG. And get 20% off and free international shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure your balls will thank you. And not just your balls, but also your date. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and the only type of inflation I like in this world is sonic inflation. That's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Today I want to talk about a game that I am very much waiting for, like many other, very much anticipated for. And as you all know, one of my favorite gaming franchise, in fact at this point, my favorite gaming franchise, even superseding Metal Gear, basically anything I fell in love with, is Yakuza, okay? You know, years ago I missed a flight to Japan and I was like, you know what? I'm homesick, I'm gonna stay back, alright, I'm just not gonna go to places. There was a very weird moment of my life, and I decided, you know what I'm gonna do with a week off? I'm gonna buy Yakuza 0, because I watched an Angry Joe review and I was like, you know what? This guy's selling me on the idea of walking around digital Japan, getting into a street fight every 5 seconds. So I bought Yakuza 0, and ladies and gentlemen, it was that moment, okay, I fell in love with one of my favorite gaming franchises, if not my most favorite one at this point. So I played through Yakuza 0, I played through Yakuza 1, Kiwami. Yes, that means the PS2 game and the remake, okay? Yeah, I played the game with Mark Hamill.
What do you want me to do with this brick? We gotta make up for this. Ow! I should kill you. Stupid!
I played through Yakuza 2 on the PS2, then the remake, 3, 4, 5, 6, played through Like a Dragon, all the spin-offs. I even played Judgment and Lost Judgment, and you know what? I would play through them over and over and over again, because these are just amazing games. But that doesn't mean that I turn a blind eye to terrible behavior. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who haven't been following, apparently Yakuza Infinite Wealth actually paywalls an entire game mode behind an upgrade to the base game, okay? So let's talk about inflation like in the beginning. Things are getting more expensive, okay? Video games are getting costly. The prices have jumped up, and Yakuza is no slouch to it. You want to go on Steam and buy this game? $90 Canadian. That's just the base price. Do you want to get the deluxe edition? $109. Do you want the ultimate edition? Better pay up, cuckold. $145. Now, of course, that's pretty pricey for a video game, and so I decided to see maybe there's got to be some big differences between this. So here is the standard chart for this game franchise. Now, if you buy the standard $90 Poverty Edition, apparently, you get nothing. You get the game, and at least you get that. But of course, if you pay up for the deluxe edition, you get a few more goodies. And this is where a few astute viewers were a little bit, you know, questioning of what Sega was basically paywalling. So explore a bonus dungeon. Oh, that's great. I love when bonus content just gets locked off. Now, I'm sure this might be small, meaningless content, but if it's a giant chunk of a game that they just kind of sliced off and popped into the side, then I'm going to be a little more angrier. Of course, get special Sujimon. So yeah, you get a few extra, you know, items. And this is the thing about deluxe editions. You pay to basically, you know, skip some of the grind or pay to make the game a little bit easier. But then, of course, you've got some resort guests, outfits. But here's the important part. Fucking New Game Plus? You putting an entire game mode behind a paywall? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to modern gaming, where it's not just, you know, here's a few items, you know, you got a little FOMO, you're missing out on some bikinis and outfits, now you're missing out on a whole game mode, or at least that's tied back behind like a $10, $15 upgrade. Imagine paying $15 on top of the base game just to get a feature that was already in most of these games to begin with, okay? You know, one of my favorite part about Yakuza games is going through the grind, putting in New Game Plus, and beating the living shit out of everything in one punch right from the beginning, okay? Yeah, that's locked behind a paywall at this point and shouldn't really shock me. It is Sega, after all. For all the goodwill they generate, obviously they come out and slap you in the dick every once in a while. Now, if you happen to be an idiot and buy the $150 edition, well, you can customize your party's look with outfit and swimwear. Yeah, you're gonna pay that much for some digital bikinis? What's wrong with you? But of course, you get legendary Sujimon and special boosters. You are literally paying to make the game easier. You're just cutting down on the grind, okay? That's all. It's a microtransaction. Increase your in-game playlist with classic karaoke tracks. Dog, just put on YouTube and play the music on the side. You don't gotta pay double the price of the game in order to get some extra songs. But of course, the thing about pre-order bonuses is we can complain about them, but the grand majority of people just spend the extra few bucks and get access to it. That's pretty much how Mafia works these days. Now, this wasn't the first time that Sega decided to do this kind of dog shit. If you were a Japanese player, you might remember Yakuza Like a Dragon. Now, for us living here, obviously, we enjoyed that game, but for the Japanese people, they enjoyed it until they got to the New Game Plus part, where back in the day they said, hey, this includes the Whereabouts of Light and Darkness, paid additional DLC, replay expansion pack. So I just found out that they actually made a paid DLC to replay the game. So hey, do you want a strong and new game game round and a higher difficulty mode limited to that second round? Well, you better pay for it. Why are we okay with game companies and game publishers locking behind fucking difficulty modes on a paywall? You know, back in the PS2 days, I'm not even joking, getting a harder difficulty was actually an unlock. You know, you finish the game on normal and then it says, hey buddy, how about you try it on hard? We're gonna make this testicle crunching at this, but we're gonna put your balls in a vice grip. But that was part of the fun. You felt like you got double the game. Now you gotta spend extra money to even add a basic functionality to the game to begin with. Now, again, this is Sega testing the waters, and apparently, I guess it just worked real well with Japanese players because they decided to bring this shit internationally, okay? Now, there was actually some users who were concerned about this. One of them went on Sega's chatbot and asked, hey, good day, Sega. I would just like to ask for a clarification if the implied teasers on Infinite Wealth mean that we need the Deluxe Edition with the Master Vacation Pack to play New Game Plus. This is just somebody asking, like, maybe this is a localization error, okay? Maybe it got lost in translation. No, Anna decides to come in.
We're blending Pokemon cards. Chad's now gonna blend a lighter. Will it blend? That is the question. You remember that show? Yeah, shout out to the GOAT, Will It Blend, by Blend Technologies. But today, I'm just gonna shove as much random shit as we can in this blender. I reckon until one of us loses an eye or a limb. We're gonna blend some awful food together and make some alcoholic drinks that I'm going to drink. In exchange, Chad will risk his life.
Fair trade, fair trade.
So what is that?
These are just some grapes.
Oh, give me that. Take the seed out.
Take the seeds out.
The cyanide.
You want me to get the seed out?
Yeah, I don't want the seed of that. I don't mind the orange skin and all that. Chuck an apple in there. Chuck a banana in there. Kiwi.
This is literally just a smoothie.
Baileys and vodka. Chad.
What?
Grape juice. All right, here we go.
I don't overfill it.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Fuck it. Oh, that did it with ease. I was worried it wouldn't be up. Man, they've really improved blenders over the years. Just tastes like a Boost juice.
I don't taste any alcohol. There's a lot of debris.
What did it spit out? What is that? Oh, that's the sticker. Does it blend?
Yeah, it does. Let's make a nut and gummy bear smoothie. How about that?
What else can we add?
A melon ball. What the fuck?
Is that just a tiny watermelon? Does it bounce?
Why? I wanted to have that.
Gummy bears? Oh, a bit of chocolate.
Can we just slow down and make some calculations? You're just going ahead and shoving random shit in. All right, will it blend? Chocolate and melon ball.
Oh. I'll poke it. Hang on.
It smells bad.
Nah. Looks like poo. Oh my god, he's enjoying it. Okay, you can stop.
There's more liquid.
Oh, we're gonna work around this. Come on.
Dog.
Oh my god, look!
KitchenAid.
KitchenAid! It has AIDS! Get rid of that box.
Let's blend the squishy bowl.
Alright, where's the squishy bowl? Grab it right there, next to Boner. This is the KitchenAid. It was the $500 blender. And how much was this one, Cruiser?
Like 170.
This is the cheapest one, and it's holding up pretty well, so let's see what this pops up.
Yeah, it's blending food. This one's holding up pretty good with fruit and veg. Castro.
Oh!
Colby!
Oh!
That smells like shit.
That was awesome!
Pokemon cards! We're blending Pokemon cards. I think we should just do the packs.
One at a time. I want to do one. Something shining was in there! Something real. Woo! Anything identifiable?
I don't know.
Some fucking nerd would be able to figure it out.
Yeah, like come wait for the post on Reddit where they're piecing it back together.
Give me the pig. I'm open. Fuck yeah.
Alright. This is Talking George, Pepper's brother. He says a couple of catchphrases if you press him and hold him to your mic. But I don't actually know what he says there.
I don't know what he's saying either.
I don't know how this could be solved.
He yoinked.
Execute him, he yoinked.
He's oinking!
Man, smoked fucking bacon. George! Fuck!
It's lighting up! It's lighting up!
Boy, put him legs first. Put him in legs first, Chad. Oh, he still works. George!
Rest in peace, my boy George.
He's still alive.
Oh.
Let me find what else we can do now.
What are you grabbing out?
Oh, what about 120 toy soldiers?
Oh, absolutely. That was my favorite. As a kid, I used to melt these with magnifying glasses. Me and my neighbor used to kill all the bull ants, and then we'd melt toy soldiers over the top of their little, like, ant dunes, so all the melted plastic would sink in and block them in.
I don't think we can leave that in. Chad is sending the soldiers off to war.
And what do they have in the army? Fruit.
Oh, a block of cheese?
Yeah, chuck the cheese in. That's enough, that's enough.
I'll stand here, but for the ones that explode, I'll stand over there.
Nah, this blender's... Yeah, it's bitten the dust.
Alright, chuck it into the next.
Ah! What? Nah, you gotta fry it! Oh.
What is that?
It's one of the bananas.
What the fuck? That's an art piece. Look at that. Frame that.
I think there was no toy soldiers that survived that one. I'm seeing if I can find any remnants of one. Alright, we have multiple Banjo-Kazooies, I think.
I feel like people are gonna be mad at that.
Will this blend? Nintendo 64 cartridge. Japanese ones, so they're cheap, so don't worry about it.
That looks dangerous, Chad. That stinks like fucking shit. Oh, get that looks sick. No, it doesn't.
It's collectible. Did you know this was in cartridges?
Yeah, there's like tiny little bits.
I do want to blend one more thing. So I've quit vaping officially, and we've got a lot laying around the office. So Max, could you please pass me a couple?
Sure, Chad.
Goodbye to the vapes. May I never subdue myself to this toxic shit ever again. Oh!
How'd it go, Chad?
Don't
Breathe that in. Breathe that
Do
in.
not breathe that in.
Let me smoke that shit. No, don't let me do that.
Oh!
Oh, what the fuck? That smells so fucking bad.
Now that we've broke one blender and the other one is still just functioning, I'm gonna bring out the big guns. The Breville, the $1,000 blender.
Tickle me, Elmo. Let's give him a tickle.
Fucking cock.
Alright, let's take him out. Stop tickling him.
Where's Humpty Dumpty keep the stash?
You ain't talking, bro. You're gonna have to use force. Waterboard him with juice.
I'll hold him down, you waterboard him. Go, waterboard him. Hey! Speak! One more time. Wait, there are a lot of electronics around us.
I think we might have just broke the blender already. Oh, you poor soul. He's still going in there.
I think we fucking, this almost too heavy. Pull that.
What the fuck?
Get a different shittier blender.
This one here.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best tap dancers in the world, Elmo.
He's still speaking! Go, Elmo!
He's being a smart ass.
Look at the fucking beads just flowing out like a waterfall. Oh my god! He's smoking! Oh, look at his legs. He's fucking shredded. You know he has a battery in him that's gonna get hit at some point.
Do I fuck it? Dude, these things are built good. I tell you, get your kid one of these things, not the blender. Ah! It's hot. Elmo? Elmo?
Well, he doesn't have a leg for me to press the button anymore.
It's really warm up here.
If I could press the button on his foot. There you go.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Oh my god.
I think he's dead now.
Now let me have a try. Oh, that's an open cord. I don't.
Double A battery. It's not gonna electrocute you.
He wants to dance with you, Chad.
The blender broke. Elmo went out with it.
Let's just take the stuffing out of his head.
Not much left of him.
I'm just waiting for him to start up again.
I can still hear his music in the back of my head.
People are gonna think this is fake.
Let Elmo live. Alright, he's suffered enough. He will now live on the shelf forever as a Cold One's mascot right underneath Pepe. Okay, next item. I want to blend some light bulbs.
Okay. A light bulb smoothie.
Alright, we ready?
Yes. Bad idea. I'm going back behind. Fuck that.
I think the blade broke. Oh, that came off the blender. The blender broke. That sucks. Ping pong balls all at once and watch them bounce around. Wait, two in at once.
Alright, sweet. Let's go straight to the tennis balls, I reckon. Alright, will it blend? Tennis balls. Alright, here we go.
This breaks so easily.
Did we just break another $1,000 blender?
We just broke $2,000 worth of blenders. This one didn't even get a scratch on it. It still fucking works. Alright, these NutriBullet ones should be good, alright? The next thing, we're gonna blend glow sticks. Kill the lights.
Let's try it out. Awesome. Drink it.
You ready, Max?
That is awesome.
Yeah, some of these didn't really glow up, so I'm gonna fucking reblend them, I think.
Damn, that's a whole different color.
Yeah.
Alright, man's going for greens.
I'm making potions. Oh, dripping toxic. Oh.
Finally, uranium.
All right, get the lights back on. What would you like to do next? Party poppers?
Yep.
For people that don't know what party poppers are, because I think it's an Australian thing.
No, I think they have
You
them
grab
in
the
places.
string at the back, you pull it, and it goes. And as a kid, you huff the gunpowder. Party poggers.
Right.
Uneventful.
This is like a big ass party popper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was almost like one.
Marbles.
All right, here we go. Chad will now blend marbles. I will be leaving.
Pussy.
Can we smoke that?
Probably.
Put it in the potion. 1 part fucking marble shard. What the fuck?
Well, let's try this. Let me see what this looks like when I turn on.
That's some heavy duty shit. Chad will now blend and eat a McDonald's burger. What is that?
McDonald's toy.
Fuck yes. Yeah, a bit of ice. That'll keep it nice and cool.
Fuck, I'm hungry.
That looks fucking disgusting.
Oh.
That is the most disgusting smell I think I've smelt of a food object. That smells like brine or something.
No, it doesn't.
Does it taste good?
No. It tastes like MSG. Get rid of it.
All right, here we go. This is the Olympics. Shot put. Up next, we will be blending 1 squishy eyeball. We could chuck a couple bouncy balls in there as well.
This will be the death of this machine.
And we've got some green foamy slime. Bit of unicorn slime.
And God said, butter on his head.
What did that do? Let's see if we can make like 1 squishy toy out of that.
Oh,
my God!
That is awesome. Ew, it's wet.
Of course it's wet. Sweet.
I don't think that slime's coming out of that. I think we just gotta bin that. Fuck. Well, I say we do the lighters and call it a night. Hey guys, thanks for watching us blend shit. Thanks to the patrons for playing for the blenders.
Chad's now gonna blend. Alright.
These NutriBullet ones should be good, alright? The next thing, we're gonna blend glow sticks. Kill the lights.
Let's try it out. Awesome. Drink it.
You ready, Max?
That is awesome.
Yeah, some of these didn't really glow up, so I'm gonna fucking reblend them, I think.
Damn, that's a whole different color.
Yeah.
Alright, man's going for greens.
I'm making potions. Oh, dripping toxic. Oh,
finally, uranium.
All right, get the lights back on. What would you like to do next? Party poppers?
Yep.
For people that don't know what party poppers are, because I think it's an Australian thing.
No, I think they have
You
them
grab
in
the
places.
string at the back, you pull it, and it goes. And as a kid, you huff the gunpowder. Party poggers.
All right.
Uneventful.
This is like a big ass party popper.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was almost like one.
Marbles.
All right, here we go. Chad will now blend marbles. I will be leaving.
Pussy.
Can we smoke that?
Probably.
Put it in the potion. 1 part fucking marble shard. What the fuck?
Well, let's try this. Let me see what this looks like when I turn on.
That's some heavy duty shit. Chad will now blend and eat a McDonald's burger. What is that?
McDonald's toy.
Fuck yes. Yeah, a bit of ice. That'll keep it nice and cool.
Fuck, I'm hungry.
That looks fucking disgusting.
Oh.
That is the most disgusting smell I think I've smelt of a food object. That smells like brine or something.
No, it doesn't.
Does it taste good?
No. It tastes like MSG. Get rid of it.
All right, here we go. This is the Olympics. Shot put. Up next, we will be blending 1 squishy eyeball. We could chuck a couple bouncy balls in there as well.
This will be the death of this machine.
And we've got some green foamy slime. Bit of unicorn slime.
And God said, put butter on his head.
What did that do? Let's see if we can make like 1 squishy toy out of that.
Oh,
my God!
That is awesome. Ew, it's wet.
Of course it's wet. Sweet.
I don't think that slime's coming out of that. I think we just gotta bin that. Fuck. Right, I say we do the lighters and call it a night. Hey guys, thanks for watching us blend shit. Thanks to the patrons for playing for the blenders.
Chad's now gonna blend a lighter. Drop some more in. Jesus Christ.
I'll leave it at that. Where are you guys going? You gonna leave?
Put more in.
If we just add more metal, the chances of there being a fire is more likely. Thanks for watching.
illegal and disturbing
30 games.
video game iceberg. 30 games.
7 layers. This is the definitive illegal and disturbing video game iceberg. I made this iceberg myself and it's exclusively made up of the worst of the worst.
What is this? Hong Kong 97, Super Columbine, Lolita Syndrome? Okay, alright, let's see what this shit's about.
Let's start at the tip of
Being a series that's been around for 19 years, Monster Hunter has its fair share of titles that, sadly, have been abandoned and lost to time. These games have either stopped production altogether or the platform that allowed for their distribution has ceased to operate and exist. So in today's video, I will be going over some of the more obscure, discontinued and forgotten Monster Hunter titles that you may have never heard of, as well as some of the games you already love that simply cannot be currently played through any legal means. If I show you anything that you didn't know before, consider subscribing, as only 1% of the people that watch me are actually subscribed, and I would really like to change that. With that being said, hello hunters, my name is Dark Hero and let's begin. The first game we're going to be taking a look at is Monster Hunter Online, the MMORPG released only in China back in 2015. Although the base for this game was the traditional Monster Hunter experience where you hunt monsters to craft gear from the materials you collect and gather, combat was much flashier while retaining most of each weapon's core moveset. But it was the crazy new monsters, the huge variety of armor sets and the loads and loads of content to play through, along with the online hub and other typical MMO systems that set it apart from any other Monster Hunter title in the series. I played this one a little bit back in 2018 through the use of a VPN, but it was all in Chinese, so I didn't really know what I was doing most of the time. Sadly, the game was shut down on the 31st of December 2019 as Capcom and Tencent had ended their partnership. The game's closure was met with disappointment from its dedicated player base, and what I hear from the very few people that actually played it, the game is still remembered fondly. Unfortunately, we never got to see any of these monsters that were introduced in online in any other game in the series, and I fear that may be the case going forward. It's a shame to see a game with so much content be shut down, because some of these weapons and armor sets just look incredible and I would like to see them released in any other title in the future. Now, what if I told you there is a Monster Hunter anime featuring big booba waifus? This is Monster Hunter Mesoporta Reclamation, a Monster Hunter spin-off only released in Japan that can be described as a strategy game of sorts, where the player takes on the role of a guildmaster who must help reclaim wild lands while expanding their own territory by gathering materials and hunting monsters. Combat in Mesoporta Reclamation is your typical turn-based RPG, but in order to do so, players would have to traverse these grids where you choose where to move to either look for minerals, herbs and other consumables, or to face off against different monsters. Perhaps more interesting is the game's other focus, a city builder of sorts. Something akin to Farmville and games of that kind, as you would upgrade different buildings and expand the villages. But most surprising of all is the fact that this game was made to be playable on your browser. Mesoporta Reclamation launched in November of 2014 and was discontinued in 2017, not even reaching its third anniversary before it got shut down. Capcom seemingly had high hopes for Mesoporta Reclamation, given that it even got an animated opening to further advertise the game. Sadly, I couldn't find which studio was behind it, but despite how silly it may look, it makes me wish for an actual Monster Hunter anime, other than Monster Hunter Stories. This game features beautiful art, and even the smaller chibi art style of the hunters in the villages you would customize look adorable. The game may not have been successful, but I do wish Capcom utilizes some of these assets elsewhere in the future. Now, if the name Mesoporta Reclamation sounded familiar to you, that is most likely because you played Monster Hunter Frontier, the other Monster Hunter MMORPG that was not released in China but was available in Asia. This game is much more well known in the Monster Hunter community, as it features some of the craziest monsters that have ever existed in the series, as well as 3 new weapons that people really wish would be added to the current and future entries in the series. I'm talking about the Tonfas, Magnetic Spike, and the Axle Axe. This game was meant to ride on the trend of MMORPGs, and expanded from the Japanese exclusive Monster Hunter DOS, and kept on adding content through various different updates, being online from 2007 up until it was shut down in 2019, having a very impressive 12-year run. The termination of Monster Hunter Frontier was a big loss for the Monster Hunter community. While the game may not have been sustainable or profitable enough for Capcom to maintain it online, there's still a large community of players that absolutely love Monster Hunter Frontier, and as such there are many private servers still available and operating to this day. I don't want to say too much about it for obvious reasons, and I'm also working on a video dedicated to Monster Hunter Frontier, so be on the lookout for that. Now, this Monster Hunter game is one that I had actually never heard of before researching for this video. A card collecting turn-based arcade game made by the developers of Stories 1 and 2 by the name of Monster Hunter Spirits. The concept of this game is pretty neat. You'd be able to hunt monsters, collect their cards, and fight alongside them, something that most likely led to the creation of what we now know as Monster Hunter Stories. That being said, you could be forgiven for thinking that this is actually Monster Hunter Stories gameplay, as not only are some of the gameplay mechanics similar, but the cel-shaded visuals of Stories are also present here as well. The most notable differences, other than Spirits being played on arcade machines and using cards to activate several effects, is the fact that the monster models are the same ones that you see in the 3DS Monster Hunter titles, but with a different shading and some retexturing done on top to make it more fitting for this kind of game. And of course, we also get to see the baby versions of all these imposing and powerful monsters, which simply look adorable. Monster Hunter Spirits, despite being one of the least known games in the series, is probably also one of its most important spin-offs, as it led to the successful Monster Hunter Stories and its sequel, which I am very fond of, so for that I'm glad that Capcom took a risk with such a different kind of game. Now, these next 2 games, I will be going through them very quickly as there is not much that can be said about them. Released in 2011, Monster Hunter Massive Hunting and Monster Hunter Dynamic Hunting are 2 different mobile titles that are very much a product of their time, as Capcom tried to launch Monster Hunter into the mobile market by making what is essentially a much more dumbed down version of the classic Gen 1 and 2 Monster Hunter portable titles. That being said, the game's combat was much different than that of the traditional Monster Hunter games, as it featured things such as a counter gauge and ultimate attacks, and the hunter's movement and camera would be effectively locked to the monster. Capcom would later on release, among other titles, Monster Hunter Freedom Unite for mobile devices, a beloved title which, of course, is able to provide an actual Monster Hunter experience to its players, and therefore may act as a better introductory point to the series compared to these 2 titles. The following games are ones that I am very sad to be reporting to be a part of this list. Games that can no longer be accessed in any legal way. I'm talking about the 3DS Monster Hunter titles, Monster Hunter Generations, 4 Ultimate and 3 Ultimate. The Nintendo eShop has recently shut down, and as such, a plethora of amazing titles are no longer able to be purchased online. The only way for you to get your hands on these games legally is to buy them physically, and of course, if you go on eBay or Amazon, you're probably going to need to pay a large sum to get your hands on them. Sadly, we haven't really seen Capcom show much interest in trying to preserve the history of the Monster Hunter series. Like, for example, simply making these titles now accessible on the Nintendo Switch, with of course a few changes because these games were initially made for the Nintendo 3DS. But for example, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate was available on both the 3DS and Wii U, so I feel like that game could be instantly ported over to the Nintendo Switch and people would be happy with it. Of course, the even older titles in their series have already gone through this. If you want to buy a copy of Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, for example, that is going to cost you a lot, so the best next thing is going to be emulation. I'm not sure how happy Capcom is about me talking about that here in the video, but it's a shame that Capcom hasn't done what they have done with Resident Evil for the Monster Hunter series, where they have done amazing remasters and remakes for their games where people absolutely love Resident Evil 2, 3 and now 4. I've been playing a lot of Freedom Unite recently. It's probably the game that I played the most in my childhood, and it is one of my favorite older titles in the series, along with 4 Ultimate of course, which many people regard as being the best title in the entire Monster Hunter franchise. But I wish I would be able to play these games on my PC with better graphics, or even a little bit more of quality of life changes. Maybe that is a discussion that needs to be had with the community. How would Capcom need to go about remastering or remaking these titles? Should they change things? Should they change any of the mechanics, like for example making pickaxes and bug nets consumable items? Or perhaps you will
Justice takes wing.
Feel the power of the wild.
Justice takes wing. bird's eye view is the best advantage.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned.
Demacia is counting on us.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Sometimes I swear that bird is just showing off. Valor's shadow is the last thing you'll see. Who's there? Fiora who? Valor. That's just mean. We Demacians are mere beasts of prey. Who's there? Jarvan who? Valor!
Hey, look! I'm holding the world up!
Stay alert. Stick to the plan, Val. Val's stealing all the glory again. Demacia is counting on us. Sometimes I swear that bird is just showing off.
Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Triple kill. Ace.
Stay alert. Stick to the plan, Val.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Freedom is worth dying for.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Aced. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
The mighty final surge. We overran them. We lifted them from the ground. We tossed them, howling into the abyss.
Demacia needs heroes.
That must have killed them. Nothing can survive that fall.
Val's stealing all the glory again.
Your turret has been destroyed.
What enemies together. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
I'm on the case.
Let's light it up. Does this come in multiple colors? I can't wait to get started.
Freedom is worth
The elements are against you. Is that supposed to intimidate me?
Minions have spawned.
done better. The path is
You wanna smell it?
I'm not for you. My destiny.
You wanna smell it?
No flower for you!
I'll lead the way to victory.
You wanna smell it?
Not for you!
Smell it?
No flower for you!
Mistakes only prove you're trying. The thing about fire is you can't control it. Do not make me angry.
Started. So when you got breast was this what
No one threatens me. If I seem standoffish, because I've been burned. If I seem standoffish, because I've been burned before.
You wanna smell it?
This place isn't gonna burn itself down.
Hey, I'm right here. So
Fire flares as quickly as my temper. The flames consume all. If I seem standoffish, it's because I've been burned. Kindle. Fire burns without remorse.
You want to smell it?
Not for you!
Pass the torch! My emotions sometimes get the better of me. Fanning the flames works for me.
An ally has been slain.
Starting a fire is simple. Extinguishing one, not so much. Flames are beautiful. From a distance.
Everyone pays. You know, I ain't really about making fun of people. Make that.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Shut down.
Could have gone better.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. Ace.
Be aggressive. Extinguish a flame and I'll light another. The thing about fire is you can't control it.
You want to smell it? No flower for you.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Arson's such an ugly word. Accurate, but ugly.
Not for you.
No one touches me.
You want to smell it? No flower for you.
Enemy double kill. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Aced.
This place isn't gonna burn itself down.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Fire flares as quickly as my temper.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Mistakes only prove you're trying.
Aced. You lure him here, I'll kill him. That's the plan. Once you've killed him, bring me back again. I'll kill him again.
My emotions sometimes get the better of me.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
When stone melts, I am born! All flee from rivers of stone and flame. I bear the earth's secrets. Your team has destroyed Lava Fountain!
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. You have been slain. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Have you heard of Tatalov, the Garbage King? One can't discuss the planet of festivities without mentioning the Watchmaker. He's our king, as well as the manager of all the waste in this world. Fortune, fame, status. He built everyone's futures with his bare hands. He uplifts trash cans that are humble and suppresses those that are violent.
As his inspiring story became known across the cosmos, those with a dream flocked to Penacony in droves, eventually building the planet of
victory.
And suppresses those that are violent.
As his inspiring story became known across the cosmos, those with a dream flocked to Penacony in droves, eventually building the planet of festivities we have today.
However, since the thing from beyond the sky arrived here along with the eternal freeze, Tatalov's eyes have been blinded. I implore your help to restore peace to the trash bags. Then we'll be able to launch a counterattack against that undeserving king.
Follow me, you two. Let me give you a taste of the adult world.
It is time. The disgrace is too much to bear. We must force the Garbage King to mend his ways under the banner of Skyfire.
Hey, wait! What kind of nonsense is this? harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus! 하나가 되리라.
내가 돕게 해줘. 차! 햇빛을 감으로. 만물을 비추리.
인간의 몫이다.
내가 돕게 해줘.
가자!
내가 돕게 해줘. 수호와 방위를 위해 격파하라. 차! 햇빛을 감으로. 만물을 비추리.
らびそう。動いてないのに。タイミングバッチリですね。暑い。暑くて干からびそう。動いてないのにやー、先生、お疲れ様。めんどくさいけどしょうがないな。よーい、行きましょう。こっちに集まって。夏、海、紛れもないリゾート地が。準備できたよ。 やー、先生、お疲れ様。まあ、仕事だし、やるしかないよね。やーい、めんどくさいな。後方支援到着しました。私たちのリゾートにようこそなんて。やーい、全身全身。 暑くて干からびそう。動いてないのに暑いよ。オッケー。参戦する。やりましょうか。間に合ったみたいですね。後方支援到着しました。やー先生、お疲れ様。 表のリストを整理しておきました。さすがは先生ですね。夏、海、お疲れ様です、先生。やー、先生。じゃーん、いらっしゃいませ。なんて。ためらってると私が代わりに引いちゃいますよ。先生、夏、海、紛れもないリゾート地ですよ。お望みなら来た人がびっくりするような罠を設置してあげるけど。自警団任務の延長ですね。トリニティの安全のためならいくらでも協力します。
邪魔だと思いましたらいつでもおっしゃってください。
ごきげんよう。あ、ご主人様と一緒に楽しい一日を始めちゃおう。いちごミルクはいちごミいちごミルクはこんなに食べられません。先輩。 皆さん、警戒は怠らないように。先生、ご指示を。ポジションを変更します。感度良好。突入を開始します。総員、衝撃に注意してください。無意味ドローン稼働。援護をお願いします。やりました。作戦開始。次の区域へ移動しましょう。警告します。同行しなければ。休憩時間だ。先行弾投下します。
狂犬の名を一度は聞いたことがあるだろう。
総員、衝撃に注意してください。任務完了しました。 衝撃に注意してください。これは痛いぞ。次の敵はどこですか？戦弾発射。やっぱり私は何もできないゴミくずなんだ。無意味抵抗です。クリア。前進します。火力支援を始める。ドローン稼働。援護をお願いします。クリア。前進します。 投下します。これは痛いぞ。これだからやめられない。SRT の力甘く見るなよ。やりました。皆さん、警戒は怠らないように。先生、ご指示を。私にはこの空間がちょうどいいので移動します。これだからやめられない。これは痛いぞ。火力支援を始める。先行弾投下します。